True crime isn't just about mystery. It's about understanding what went wrong and remembering those affected. Welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. If you're here tonight, then you already know the ritual. You've dimmed the lights, pulled the covers up close, maybe set a fan running somewhere in the background. You've found that strange, quiet comfort that only comes in the late hours. That liminal place between the waking world and the soft pull of sleep. And you've chosen to let a story carry you there. That's what we do here. We sit together in the dark, and I tell you something true. Something that happened to real people in real places. Something that unfolded slowly and then all at once, the way most things in life tend to do. Before we begin, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to like this video and subscribe. As always, these stories involve real people and real tragedies. They are shared not for entertainment, but to honor the victims and raise awareness. For the best experience, lower the volume slightly, get comfortable, and let the rain gently carry you into rest. Alright, dim the lights, settle in, and let's begin tonight's first story. Tonight's first story is one of ambition and beauty, of a young man who had everything ahead of him and a relationship that quietly, gradually became something dangerous and consuming. It's a story rooted in the rolling hills of Kentucky, in the quiet suburbs just south of the Ohio River, where the streets are lined with brick homes and church steeples catch the morning light. It is the story of Ryan Poston. Settle in, let your shoulders drop, take a slow breath. I'll take you there gently. Ryan Carter Poston was born on the 30th of December 1982 in Fort Mitchell, Kentucky, a small, close-knit community nestled in the northern corner of the state, just across the river from Cincinnati, Ohio. He was the eldest child of Lisa Carter and Jay Poston, and he grew up with three younger sisters, Allison, Catherine, and Elizabeth. From an early age, Ryan was the kind of person people noticed, not because he demanded attention, but because he simply drew it naturally. He was bright and warm, curious about the world in a way that made the people around him feel smarter, just for knowing him. He had an easy smile, the kind that reached his eyes, and a genuine interest in ideas that made conversations with him feel like small adventures. His childhood was, in many ways, extraordinary. His family moved internationally during his school years, and Ryan attended the International School of Manila in the Philippines, and later the International School of Geneva in Switzerland. He was the kind of kid who collected experiences rather than things. And those years abroad shaped him into someone with an unusually broad and generous way of seeing the world. When he came home to the United States for college, he attended Indiana University, where he was the sort of student who couldn't just choose one thing to care about. He triple majored in history, geography, and political science, and graduated in 2005. Then he went on to law school at Northern Kentucky University in Highland Heights, earned his Juris Doctor degree, and began building a career as an attorney in Cincinnati. By his late 20s, Ryan Poston was living the kind of life that people look at from the outside and call put together. He had a condo in Highland Heights, Kentucky, a career he was proud of, a wide circle of friends who adored him. His friends would later describe him as someone who was as bright as he was kind, and as principled as he was caring. He had political ambitions too. At least one close friend joked that he'd run Ryan's first campaign for free, and he meant it. Ryan loved chess. He loved guns, legally and responsibly, and kept them carefully in his home. He had an artillery vest hanging next to his neckties in the closet, a detail that his friends found both slightly eccentric and entirely characteristic of him. He was the kind of man who contained multitudes without contradiction. He also, in 2011, met a young woman named Shayna Hubers, and that is where the story turns. Shayna Michelle Hubers was 20 years old when Ryan Poston first noticed her on Facebook in 2011. She was a friend of his step-cousin, Carissa Carlisle, and Ryan came across her profile the way people often stumble into things that change their lives, casually, without warning, through a mutual connection and an idle scroll. What he saw was someone striking. Shayna was young and pretty, and her photos showed a confident, vivacious girl who seemed full of life. Ryan sent her a message. She replied. And just like that, something began. At the time, Ryan had recently ended a long-term relationship with a woman named Lauren Worley. He wasn't necessarily looking for something serious. Shayna, meanwhile, was a psychology student at the University of Kentucky in Lexington, about 80 miles away from Highland Heights, studying hard, excelling academically. By all accounts, she was remarkably intelligent. Childhood friends remembered her as being close to genius, She was always in advanced placement classes, always earning top marks, always receiving awards for academic excellence and leadership. On paper, they made sense. Two ambitious, attractive, intelligent people from the same general corner of the world. They began dating not long after connecting online. But the distance between them, both the physical miles and the differences in where they were in their lives, created complications almost immediately. And from the very beginning, friends of Ryan noticed something that gave them pause. Shayna seemed to want more from the relationship than Ryan was willing or able to give. Ryan's friends would later say that he tried, more than once, to end things with Shayna. That he found it difficult because he was by nature kind. He didn't want to hurt her. He felt a sense of obligation to let her down gently, to be decent about it. One friend said plainly that Ryan just wasn't able to end the relationship, that he was too nice, didn't want to hurt her feelings. Another friend said that Ryan felt duty-bound to let her down easy. This, it turned out, was a terrible kindness. The kind that comes from a good place and leads somewhere very dark. Because Shayna Hubers was not simply a girlfriend who had grown attached to someone who wasn't fully invested. She was something more consuming than that. She was by every account that would eventually emerge in courtrooms and news programs and late-night conversations between worried friends. Obsessed. Over the course of their 18-month relationship, Ryan and Shayna drifted in and out of each other's lives in a pattern that was never quite stable. They would be together, then apart, then together again. Ryan continued seeing other people during the periods when they weren't officially dating. Shayna knew this and struggled deeply with it. She also, according to testimony that would later emerge at trial, worked extraordinarily hard to keep his attention and affection. She picked up his laundry. She washed it and brought it back to him. She walked his dog. She went to the grocery store for him. She did things that a devoted partner does, but in the particular way that someone does them when they are terrified of losing something. Not from a place of easy love, but from a place of quiet desperation. Ryan's neighbor Nikki Carnes, who came to know Shayna during this period, testified later that Shayna would often talk to her about the relationship. She recalled Shayna telling her that Ryan said she needed a nose job, that she needed a facelift, that she needed to lose weight. These were hurtful things, if true, the kind of careless cruelties that erode a person's sense of self over time. And yet Nikki said Shayna also always told her that she loved him. Despite everything, she loved him. It is one of the more heartbreaking threads in this story. The possibility that somewhere beneath the obsession and the volatility, there was something that had once been genuine feeling, and that Shayna Hubers was in over her head in a relationship that had turned corrosive, without her fully understanding how to get out of it. Or perhaps that is too generous. Perhaps what drove Shayna was not love but possession, the refusal to release something she had decided was hers. Both things can feel true at the same time, which is part of what makes human stories like this one so difficult to sit with cleanly. What we do know is that by the autumn of 2012, things between Ryan Poston and Shayna Hubers had reached a breaking point. Ryan was ready to move on with his life. He was 29 years old. He had a future to build, and he had, in the months leading up to October, been speaking with someone new, a woman named Audrey Bolte, who happened to be Miss Ohio 2012. They had met online and had been chatting and texting for months. Ryan liked her. He was looking forward to meeting her in person. The night they had arranged to meet was October 12th, 2012. Ryan never made it. The evening of October 11th, 2012, the night before Ryan's planned date with Audrey Bolt, Ryan and Shayna spent time together at Shayna's mother and stepfather's home. Afterward, Shayna slept at Ryan's condo in Highland Heights. This detail would become one of the quiet, troubling mysteries woven through the case. Why, if Ryan was preparing to begin something new, had he allowed this? His mother's response when asked was measured and honest. "I don't know if it was part of Ryan's attempt to let her down easy. I just don't know. It's possible Ryan thought he was being kind. It's possible he thought one more night was harmless. It's possible he misjudged, badly, how close to the edge things already were." The following day, October 12th, Ryan went about his afternoon with the ordinary rhythms of someone who has plans for the evening. He was getting ready to go out. He had a date. He had somewhere to be. But at some point that evening, Shayna was still there, or came back, or never fully left. Exactly how the confrontation began is something only Shayna Hubers knows for certain. What the evidence would ultimately reveal is that at some point, during those hours when Ryan should have been leaving for his date, a fight broke out inside his condo. At approximately 9 o'clock that evening, Shayna Hubers called 911. Her voice on that recording was thick with emotion. "I'm not a murderer," she told the operator. "I just killed him in self-defense." Ryan Carter Poston was lying on the floor of his Highland Heights condo. He had been shot 6 times. He was 29 years old. He had a date that night, and he was gone. Across town, Audrey Bolte waited. She had been looking forward to meeting him, this kind, smart man she had gotten to know through months of messages and calls. When he didn't show up, she waited a little longer, and then she went home. She never heard from him again. It would be a long time before she understood why. When the police brought Shayna Hubers into the interrogation room at the Highland Heights police station that night, they told her that they were waiting for an attorney to arrive before questioning her. They read her Miranda rights. They explained that they would not ask her questions until counsel was present, and then they left her alone in the room. What followed was captured on video, and it would become some of the most damning footage in the entire case. Shayna Hubers did not stay quiet. She paced, she danced around the room, she sang quietly to herself. Amazing Grace, the old hymn, in the same hours that Ryan Poston's body was being processed at a crime scene a few miles away. She talked to herself in long, winding monologues. She mentioned Ryan's appearance. She described him as very vain, and then said something that made even seasoned investigators go still when they reviewed the tape later. She said that by shooting him in the face, she had given him the nose job he always wanted. She mused aloud about her future. "I don't know if anyone will ever want to marry me if they know that I killed a boyfriend in self-defense," she said, and then laughed. At one point, seemingly forgetting or not caring that she was being watched, she said quietly, "I did it. Yes, I did it. I can't believe I did that." And then chillingly, "I'm so good at acting." When investigators had spoken with her earlier in the evening, during the time before she asked for an attorney, Shayna had volunteered information freely. She said that Ryan had been abusive, that the shooting had been an act of self-defense. She told them she had shot him with his own gun, which he was licensed to carry. She said he had attacked her and that she'd had no choice. She also asked the police peculiar questions about prison. Could she keep her phone? Was there a shower? She had to shower in front of other people. The questions were asked with a kind of wide-eyed curiosity that struck detectives as deeply at odds with the gravity of what had just happened. Shayna Hubers was arrested for the murder of Ryan Poston and held on a bond of $3 million. In the days and weeks that followed, investigators began piecing together the fuller picture of what had happened inside that condo, and what had been building for months beforehand. One of the most chilling pieces of evidence was a text message Shayna had sent to a friend named Christy Euler just weeks before the murder. Shayna and Ryan had been at a shooting range together. Ryan was enthusiastic about guns and frequently practiced, and while she was there, Shayna had texted Christy, "When I go to the shooting range with Ryan tonight, I want to turn around and shoot and kill him and play like it's an accident." Christy Euler would later testify at trial. She said simply that she wished she had paid more attention to it. Most people who receive a message like that from a friend chalk it up to frustration, to venting, the hyperbolic language of someone who is angry and overwhelmed. It rarely means anything literal. This time it did. There were other messages too. Shayna had written to a friend that her love for Ryan had turned to hate, that he was only with her because she made him feel so awful when she cried, that she knew somewhere inside herself that what held them together was not affection but emotional coercion. The prosecution built its case carefully around a simple and devastating narrative. Shayna Hubers had known Ryan Poston was preparing to leave her permanently, and she had decided that if she could not have him, no one would. She had known about his planned date with Audrey Bolte. She had known he was moving on. And on the night of October 12th, when the reality of that future without him had become too immediate to deny, something inside her had broken open. The prosecution would later argue, and the jury would eventually agree, that what happened in that apartment was not self-defense. It was execution. The medical examiner's report showed that Ryan had been shot 6 times. 4 shots came first, then after a pause, 2 more. The final 2 shots were fired into his face. It was that detail, the pause, and then the continuation that the prosecution called the most telling fact of all. A person acting in genuine self-defense does not pause and then resume. A person in fear does not need to fire 2 more rounds into a man who is already down. That is not self-defense. The prosecutor, Michelle Snodgrass, called it plainly what it was, an execution. Before we go further into what happened to Shayna Hubers, the trials, the sentences, the long machinery of justice, it feels important to pause here and remember who Ryan Poston was. He was a son. He was a brother to 3 younger sisters. He had a father who loved him, and a stepfather he loved so much that he had his middle name legally changed to Carter, his stepfather's surname, because he wanted to carry both men with him. He had two men who loved him like a son, a friend later explained. He wanted to express how big of a role both of those men played in his life. He was a friend who made the people around him feel smarter, kinder, more capable. Friends talked about his laugh, his chess games, his ambition, his warmth. One friend said he had planned to run Ryan's first political campaign for free. Another said that Ryan was as principled as he was caring. The family released a statement the day after his murder. Ryan was as bright as he was kind, and as principled as he was caring, they wrote. His passing is an unspeakable hardship to so many people. And then carefully, deliberately, they added one more line. We want to make it clear that Ryan was trying to end this relationship. He was trying to move on with his life. That detail mattered to them. It mattered that the world know he had not been complicit in the situation that took his life. That he had been trying to do the right thing in the awkward, imperfect way that people do. Gently, slowly, not wanting to cause pain, and that it had cost him everything. His father, Jay Poston, would go on to become one of the most quietly devastating presences in the courtroom proceedings that followed. Patient, dignified, and unwilling to stop fighting for his son's memory, Jay Poston sat through years of hearings and trials and motions and delays. When asked once how the family kept going, he said simply, "If we have to do this 100 times, we will do it 100 times. It will all be okay." The first trial of Shayna Hubers began in April of 2015, almost 2.5 years after Ryan Poston's death. The Campbell County Circuit Court in Kentucky was the venue. And from the beginning, the proceedings drew significant national attention. The combination of elements, a brilliant young woman, a handsome young lawyer, a volatile relationship, bizarre interrogation footage, and a murder tied to a date with Miss Ohio, made it the kind of case that news programs could not look away from. Shayna Hubers' defense team argued that she had been the victim in the relationship, that Ryan Poston had been controlling and emotionally abusive, that he had made cruel comments about her appearance, that he had manipulated her, that she had been psychologically diminished by years of being pushed away and pulled back in. The defense also pointed to Kentucky's Stand Your Ground law, which states that a person does not have a duty to retreat before using deadly force in self-defense. The prosecution pushed back with everything they had: the interrogation footage, the text message about the shooting range, the evidence of premeditation, the fact that Shayna had waited 10 to 15 minutes after the shooting to call 911, the fact that Ryan had been shot 6 times, 4, and then 2 more, which spoke not to panic but to intent. The trial lasted 2 weeks. The jury deliberated for 5 hours. They found Shayna Hubers guilty of murder. At sentencing, Campbell County Circuit Court Judge Fred Stein addressed the courtroom and offered his own assessment of what had happened in that Highland Heights condo. "What I think happened in that apartment was little more than cold-blooded murder," he said. "It was probably as cold-blooded an act as I've been associated with in the criminal justice system in the 30-plus years I've been in it." He sentenced Shayna Hubers to 40 years in the Kentucky Department of Corrections, with parole eligibility after 20 years. For Ryan's family, it was not relief. You can never feel relief about something like this, but it was something. It was acknowledgement. It was the world saying, in its formal and imperfect way, that what happened to Ryan Poston was wrong, and that the person who did it would be held accountable. And then in 2016, the ground shifted. Appeals are a standard part of the legal process. After a conviction, defense attorneys almost always look for grounds to challenge the verdict: procedural errors, evidentiary issues, problems with jury selection. It is a process that is meant to protect the innocent, and it sometimes, imperfectly, catches things that went wrong, even in cases where guilt is not in question. In August of 2016, Shayna Hubers' conviction was overturned. The reason was this: one of the jurors who had sat on her trial had concealed a felony conviction. Under Kentucky law, convicted felons are not permitted to serve on juries. This juror had not disclosed the conviction when asked during jury selection, which meant that the jury that found Shayna guilty had been technically improperly constituted. The conviction was overturned. A new trial was ordered. Jay Poston, Ryan's father, received the news the way a person receives a blow they have been bracing for but hoped would never come. He stood in front of cameras and said what he had said before, quietly and without drama. "If we have to do this 100 times, we will do it 100 times. It will all be okay." The strength required to say that to mean it is almost impossible to fathom. A new trial was scheduled, delayed, rescheduled, and delayed again over the next 2 years. Shayna hired new defense attorneys. New legal strategies were developed. The family of Ryan Poston sat and waited and breathed through the years because that was what they had to do. During this period, while awaiting her retrial, Shayna Hubers did something that struck many observers as startling. On June 7th, 2018, she married a fellow inmate, a transgender woman named Unique Taylor, in a 2-minute jailhouse ceremony. Less than a year later, in March of 2019, a judge granted her a divorce. The filing stated the marriage was irretrievably broken. It was the kind of detail that is difficult to know what to do with. Strange and human and oddly sad in a story already full of strange and sad things. The second trial of Shayna Hubers began on August 8, 2018, nearly 6 years after Ryan Poston's death. This time, Shayna took the stand. Her new defense attorney, David Eldridge, had developed a slightly different approach from the first trial. Rather than relying primarily on a physical self-defense argument, the defense leaned into what Kentucky law calls extreme emotional disturbance, a legal concept that can in some circumstances reduce a murder charge to a lesser offense. The argument was that Shayna had been so psychologically damaged by the relationship, so consumed by grief and fury and years of emotional manipulation, that her judgment had been catastrophically impaired in that final moment. Shayna testified about the relationship in detail, about the intimacy they had shared, about the ways she felt Ryan had treated her, about the push and pull dynamic that had defined their time together. She told the court that she had been hysterically crying during the confrontation that led to the shooting. She maintained, as she had always maintained, that she had been afraid of Ryan, that she had believed he would hurt her, that she had fired to protect herself. The prosecution, led by Michelle Snodgrass, was unmoved. She knew that Ryan Poston had somewhere else that he had to be, and someone else that he was meeting, Snodgrass argued, and she wasn't going to let that happen. It was the prosecution's clearest distillation of what they believed had happened. Not self-defense, not extreme emotional disturbance, but the cold and furious decision of a woman who would rather see a man dead than see him happy without her. The jury deliberated for 5 hours. The same amount of time as the first jury. They found Shayna Hubers guilty of murder. Again, on October 18th, 2018, Judge Daniel Zala sentenced Shayna Hubers to life in prison, with parole eligibility after 20 years. She will not be eligible for parole until 2032. Ryan's family stood in the courtroom and received the verdict with the quiet dignity they had maintained throughout 6 years of proceedings. Their statement afterward read, "Today we embrace justice, and yet we do not feel joy. It has been 6 long and heartbreaking years without our beloved Ryan. Those who love Ryan now move forward with the integrity, dignity, and kindness that Ryan exemplified throughout his life. There is no joy in a verdict like this. There is only the soft, heavy weight of something concluded, a door closed on years of waiting, on the hope that the law might eventually catch up to the truth. And beneath that, always, the irreducible grief of a life that ended too soon, too violently, for no reason that makes any sense at all." Shayna Michelle Hubers is currently incarcerated at the Kentucky Correctional Institution for Women in Pewee Valley, Kentucky. She will be in her mid-40s before she is first eligible for parole. She may spend the rest of her life in prison. Ryan's friends have spoken about the case in the years since with a rawness that does not diminish with time. One of Ryan's closest friends, Adam Blyle, put it plainly, "There is no satisfaction, there's no relief. There'd be no penalty severe enough for there to be justice." That is the thing about a case like this, and perhaps the thing that makes it linger in the mind on nights like this one, when the world is quiet and we let ourselves think about the lives of strangers. Justice, when it comes, does not restore what was lost. Ryan Poston does not come back. His sisters do not stop missing their brother. His parents do not stop carrying the particular weight that only a parent who has lost a child knows. His friends do not unsee what they saw, or unknow what they know. What they are left with is the memory of someone who was, by every account, worth remembering. A man who triple majored because he couldn't pick just one thing he loved about the world. A man who changed his middle name to honor 2 fathers. A man who kept bullets in a cabinet next to his board games. A man who was too kind to end a relationship that needed ending. Who believed in gentleness even when it complicated things. Who had a date with Miss Ohio on a Friday night and was getting dressed and had no idea, none, not the smallest shadow of an idea, that the world was about to end. He was 29 years old. He had a career and a condo and 3 sisters and 2 fathers and a future. He had plans for that evening. He had plans for many evenings to come. His family asked the world to remember him, not as a victim, but as a person. As someone who was bright and kind and principled and caring. as someone who was simply loved. That is the story of Ryan Poston. It is not a comfortable story. None of the true ones are. But there is something in the telling of it, in sitting with the facts of a real life, a real loss, a real family still walking through the world with that weight, that feels in a strange way like a form of witness, like saying, this happened, he existed, he mattered. You are still here. You are warm and safe, and the night is quiet around you. Let the story settle, the way stories do. Let your breathing slow. Let the images drift away, the courtrooms and the condo and the long years of waiting, and let them become something softer, the shape of a life considered, and a night gently ending. If sleep is close, let it come. If it isn't yet, that's all right too. Just rest. Just breathe. The night will do the rest, and we'll continue our story. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. The abduction and murder of Samantha Koenig, the ghost who planned everything. Tonight, I want to tell you a story. It's a true one, and like all true stories, it carries weight. It carries sorrow, but it also carries something else. Courage. The quiet, remarkable courage of an ordinary young woman who faced something unimaginable and refused to be erased by it. And the patience of investigators who followed a trail of breadcrumbs across thousands of miles of American highway to make sure that the man responsible could never hurt anyone again. This is the story of Samantha Koenig and the ghost of a man named Israel Keyes. There is something about Alaska in February that is hard to put into words unless you've been there. The darkness is not the same darkness you know. It arrives early, sometimes as early as 3 in the afternoon, and it stays. It wraps itself around the city of Anchorage like a second skin, heavy and absolute. The temperature drops into territory that makes the air feel sharp, almost alive, and the mountains that ring the city, magnificent in summer, disappear into a gray sky that seems to lower itself down toward the earth like a held breath. It was in this kind of darkness, on the evening of February the 1st, 2012, that 18-year-old Samantha Koenig went to work. Samantha was a barista. She worked at a small drive-through coffee stand called Common Grounds, tucked into a parking lot on Tudor Road on the east side of Anchorage. It was a modest little place, the kind of kiosk you'd barely glance at from a car window. A few square feet of counter space, an espresso machine, a tip jar, and a girl in a lime green shirt who smiled at the regulars and knew their orders by heart. Samantha had a life full of the ordinary, beautiful things that 18-year-olds hold. She had a boyfriend who was supposed to pick her up that night after her shift. She had a father, James, who loved her. She had friends, plans, a future that stretched out ahead of her like an open road. Her favorite color was lime green, which is why she wore it to work that day. A long-sleeved shirt bright as spring in the middle of a dark Alaskan winter. She had no reason to think that evening would be different from any other. And that is the cruelest part of what came next. Before we follow Samantha through the rest of that night, we have to understand the man who was already watching her. Israel Keyes was 34 years old in the winter of 2012. To nearly everyone who knew him, he was unremarkable. He ran a small construction company. He lived in a house in West Anchorage with his girlfriend and his 10-year-old daughter, whom he apparently loved. He was quiet, organized. He paid his bills. He owned a white pickup truck. But underneath that ordinary surface, something had been growing for a very long time. Keyes had grown up in a large, deeply religious family in rural Utah and later rural Washington. The exact contours of his childhood are murky. He was guarded about it even when speaking to investigators. But what is clear is that the darkness in him took root early. In the summer of 1997 or 1998, as a teenager, he had stalked a young girl tubing down a river in Oregon, threatened her with a knife, and violently assaulted her. He had originally planned to kill her as part of what he described as a ritual. He let her go, and then he told investigators years later that he had been too timid, that he would not let that happen again. He enlisted in the United States Army in 1998. He served as a specialist, was stationed in the Pacific Northwest, received an honorable discharge. He came home. He built a life. He started a business. He had a daughter. And he kept killing. Over the course of roughly 11 years, Israel Keyes crisscrossed the United States in a way that was almost incomprehensible in its deliberateness. He flew to distant cities. He rented cars under his own name because he knew that his name was not in any law enforcement database. He drove thousands of miles. He committed crimes in places far from Alaska, far from his home, far from anywhere that anyone might connect him to a missing person case. He was meticulous in a way that still makes investigators uneasy when they talk about him. He never picked victims based on a consistent profile. No specific age, no specific gender, no specific race. He picked people based on opportunity, on vulnerability, on the cold, rational calculation that they were available, that they were isolated, that they could be taken. He buried what the FBI would come to call murder kits. Waterproof containers stashed in remote locations across the country, sometimes years before he intended to use them. These kits contained weapons, zip ties, gloves, and other materials. He would fly into a city, rent a car, drive to the location where he'd buried a kit, retrieve it, and then commit a crime, sometimes hundreds of miles from where he'd landed. The FBI believes he killed at least 11 people over the course of his criminal career, possibly more. Before the winter of 2012, not a single law enforcement agency in America had his name on a watch list. Not one. He was, in the truest sense of the word, a ghost. On the evening of February the 1st, 2012, Israel Keyes had been planning this night for weeks. He had studied the coffee stands along Tudor Road. He had considered several of them. He ruled some out because they closed too early, or because they were too exposed, or because their locations didn't offer him a clean exit. He chose Common Grounds because it was open late, and because of the way the parking lot was laid out. He had driven past it enough times to understand its rhythms. He was not looking for Samantha specifically. He had never met her. He didn't know her name. He assumed correctly that whoever was working the closing shift would be a young woman, alone. He had prepared his white pickup truck beforehand. He removed the toolboxes from the bed of the truck. He took off the license plates. He made space. Just before 8 o'clock that evening, Keyes parked in the lot of a Home Depot down the road and walked toward the coffee stand. He wore a ski mask pulled down over his face. He crossed Tudor Road at the crosswalk, careful, deliberate, even now, and approached the small window of the espresso kiosk. He ordered a coffee. Samantha made it for him. She handed it through the window, and in the next moment, everything changed. Keyes produced a handgun and ordered her out of the stand. What happened next is something that authorities would later describe as a demonstration of remarkable courage. Samantha broke away from him. She ran. In the dark, in the cold, on a February night in Alaska, this 18-year-old girl tried to escape. Keyes chased her. He tackled her to the ground. He put one arm around her and pressed the gun to her body, and he told her, in a low voice, that the gun had very quiet ammunition, that she should not do anything to make him use it. She stopped struggling. He walked her across Tudor Road between the IHOP restaurant and the Dairy Queen, and into the parking lot where his truck was waiting. He bound her. He drove away. Security cameras captured all of it, the figure in the ski mask crossing the road, Samantha's lime green shirt disappearing into the dark. Her boyfriend waited for her that night. She never came. His phone lit up with a text message from her number. She was going on vacation, it said. She was tired. She needed a break. But her boyfriend knew her. That wasn't her. Something was terribly, terribly wrong. Keyes drove Samantha around Anchorage for a while. He told her, with what can only be described as a kind of business-like calm, that this was a kidnapping for ransom. He explained that her family would raise money. He asked for her debit card information. Samantha told him that she shared a bank account with her boyfriend, and that the card was in their shared truck parked at her house. She told him where she lived. She gave him the PIN number. Later, investigators would note that in doing so, she was not giving in, she was surviving. She was giving him what he wanted to keep herself alive. Keyes drove to her house. He broke into the truck and took the card. While he was there, her boyfriend, who was already worried about her, came outside and confronted him. He yelled, but then he went back inside to get help, and Keyes was gone before anyone could stop him. He drove to an ATM and tested the PIN. It worked. And then he drove back to his own home. The house where Israel Keyes lived with his girlfriend and his 10-year-old daughter had a shed out front. It was an ordinary-looking thing, the kind of outbuilding you'd see in any backyard in Alaska. Keyes put Samantha inside it. He tied her up. He turned a radio on loud so that if she screamed, the neighbors would not hear. He told her he had a police scanner and would know immediately if she tried to alert anyone. And then, in an act of violence that is difficult to give words to, he killed her. He sexually assaulted her, and he strangled her with a rope, and he left her there in the dark. The next morning, February the 2nd, 2012, Israel Keyes woke up his 10-year-old daughter. They flew to New Orleans. His girlfriend joined them the next day. They boarded a cruise ship together for a 2-week vacation in the Gulf of Mexico. He left Samantha Koenig's body in the shed. While Israel Keyes sailed through warm Gulf waters with his family, the city of Anchorage was beginning to look for Samantha. Her disappearance was not the kind that made immediate headlines. She was a young woman who had, according to her own phone, sent a text saying she was leaving voluntarily. The police, following protocol, could not immediately treat it as an abduction. There was surveillance footage of the espresso stand, but investigators made the controversial decision not to release it publicly right away. A decision that would draw significant criticism in the weeks that followed. Her family and friends knew something was wrong. Her boyfriend knew. Her father, James, knew. But without the footage being public, the search struggled to gain the momentum it needed. In the surveillance video that investigators were studying internally, they could see the man in the ski mask. They could see him cross the road. They could see him approach the stand. They could identify his white pickup truck. They narrowed their search to approximately 750 trucks matching that description in the Anchorage area. Keyes' truck was on that list. Officers went to his house. They looked at the truck. They saw the toolboxes. They saw the roof rack. Both appeared to be permanently installed, welded on, as the officer later noted in his report. The truck didn't match anymore. Keyes' name was crossed off the list. What the officers did not know was that Keyes had reinstalled the toolboxes and rack after the abduction specifically to pass this kind of inspection. He had anticipated it. He had prepared for it. His name disappeared from the investigation. On February the 17th, 2012, Israel Keyes returned to Anchorage from his cruise. He went to the shed. What he did there is something that exists at the very edges of human comprehension. An act so cold, so calculated, so devoid of anything recognizable as human feeling, that even the investigators who reviewed his confession years later described it as one of the most disturbing things they had encountered in their careers. He staged a photograph. He retrieved Samantha's body from where he had left it. He applied makeup to her face, and with fishing line he sewed her eyelids open. He posed her holding a copy of the Anchorage Daily News, an issue that was 4 days old, to make her appear to be alive. He photographed her. Then he sat down at a typewriter and wrote a ransom note. On February the 24th, he sent a text message from Samantha's phone to her boyfriend. He told him to look for a package in a park. Anchorage police found it, the photograph and the ransom note, demanding $30,000 be deposited into Samantha's bank account. For her family, this was both agony and fragile hope. The photograph looked real enough. Was she alive? Could they still get her back? James Koenig and the community around him raised what they could, $5,000, and deposited it into the account. But Samantha was already gone. Now Keyes made the mistake that would end him. He needed the money. He began using Samantha's debit card at ATMs, first in Anchorage, then as he began to travel south. The FBI and the Anchorage Police Department had set up a tracking system on the account. Every withdrawal was logged, geotagged, and relayed to investigators in near real time. The card pinged in Anchorage, then in Arizona, then in New Mexico, then in Texas. Investigators began to understand the shape of what they were looking at. Someone was driving east along Interstate 10, withdrawing small amounts of cash at ATMs as they went. They were able to determine that the person was driving a white Ford Focus, a rental car it turned out, and they circulated a bulletin to law enforcement agencies across the Southwest. Keyes, meanwhile, had dismembered Samantha's body in the days before his departure. He drove out to Matanuska Lake, north of Anchorage. He cut a hole in the ice, and he put her in the frozen water. He then flew out of Alaska, picked up the rental car, and began his drive south and east, withdrawing money as he went. seemingly unconcerned. He was nearly 4,000 miles from Anchorage when they found him. The morning of March the 13th, 2012, Lufkin, Texas, a small city in the pine forests of East Texas, far enough from anything that it feels like a place where the world might not quite reach. Corporal Brian Henry of the Texas Highway Patrol and Texas Ranger Stephen Rayburn had been monitoring hotel parking lots for out-of-state rental cars matching the bulletin description. Law enforcement had been watching ATM locations and patterns. They were closed. Keys was in the parking lot of a Cotton Patch Cafe, a casual dining restaurant, the kind of place with country cooking and sweet tea. When officers approached his vehicle, he had driven slightly over the speed limit, a minor infraction, but it was enough. During the stop, officers noticed something in the vehicle that changed everything. Cash stained with bright ink, a die pack. The kind of die pack that banks place inside bundled bills to mark money taken in robberies. It turned out that during his journey east, Keys had robbed a bank. Not because he needed the money desperately, he was by all accounts a reasonably successful contractor, but because he could. Because the planning of it appealed to him. Because the act itself appealed to him. The dye-stained money was enough to justify a search of the vehicle. They arrested Israel Keys on the morning of March the 13th, 2012 in the parking lot of a Cotton Patch Cafe in Lufkin, Texas. He was extradited to Alaska. Back in Alaska, Keys initially claimed that Samantha's ATM card and her phone had been thrown into his open car window by a stranger. It was a story that collapsed almost immediately under the weight of the evidence against him. He was charged with fraud related to the bank accounts. And then little by little the mask came off. He confessed. He told investigators what had happened on February the 1st. He walked them through the planning, the reconnaissance of the coffee stands, the preparation of the truck, the ski mask, the walk across Tudor Road. He told them about the shed, about the cruise, about the photograph with the fishing line and the newspaper. FBI Special Agent Jolene Gooden sat across from him in interrogation rooms over a period of many months. She has described those conversations as unlike anything she experienced in her career. Keys was calm, articulate, at times almost cheerful. He negotiated the terms of his cooperation the way a man might negotiate a business deal. He wanted a specific coffee from Starbucks, a Snickers bar, a particular brand of cigar, and in exchange he would talk. He said he had been killing for over a decade. He said there were at least 11 victims, possibly more. He drew skulls, 11 of them in his own blood, on the walls of his jail cell, which investigators later found hidden beneath his mattress. He was vague about the other victims, giving clues but not names, details but not locations, as if he were playing a game he intended to win. He expressed no remorse. None. He said he had enjoyed what he did. He said the hunt, the planning, the anticipation was as satisfying to him as the act itself. He said, set goals for himself. The killings were part of achieving those goals. He told investigators that if he had not been caught, he would have continued indefinitely. On April the 2nd, 2012, FBI dive teams entered Matanuska Lake. The lake sits north of Anchorage, in the flat, wide valley where the Matanuska River meets the lowlands. In early April, the ice was still thick enough in places. The divers wore dry suits and descended into water that was very close to freezing. They found her. Samantha Koenig's remains were recovered by the FBI's Underwater Search and Evidence Response Team. Her family, who had spent 2 months holding on to the terrible possibility that she might still somehow be alive, sustained by a photograph that had been constructed to deceive them, now had the truth. She was gone. She had been gone since February the 2nd. Her father, James Koenig, had been through weeks of public silence from law enforcement, weeks of a disappearance that didn't fully make sense, weeks of depositing money into an account on the chance that it might bring his daughter home. What he received instead was a call telling him that his girl was at the bottom of a frozen lake. There is no way to dress that up. There is no gentle way to say it. It is simply one of the most devastating things a parent can receive. In the weeks and months that followed Keys' arrest, investigators began to understand the full, disturbing shape of what they were dealing with. Israel Keys did not fit the profile. That was the first thing everyone said. He was not the loner in a dark apartment covered in newspaper clippings. He was not the drifter with no roots. He had a child he appeared to love. He had a business. He had a community. He went to Alaska's wide open spaces and hiked and fished like thousands of other Alaskans. He had killed, investigators believe, in Washington State, in Vermont, in New York, in Florida, in Alaska. He had buried murder kits in remote locations around the country. containers that the FBI found in places like Adirondack Park in upstate New York, and retrieved them years later when he was ready to use them. He flew into cities, rented cars with cash, drove hundreds of miles, committed crimes, returned the car, and flew home. He never used the same method twice. He never targeted people based on a consistent profile. He actively avoided anything that might create a pattern investigators could follow. The Bill and Lorraine Currier case in Vermont, a middle-aged married couple who disappeared from their home in Essex in June of 2011, illustrated the methodology. Keyes had flown to Chicago, rented a car, driven to Vermont. He broke into their home late at night. He took them both. He killed them both. He drove away. He flew home. The Curriers were not found for over a year, and only then because Keyes himself told investigators where to look. He confessed to the Currier murders during the same months-long series of conversations in which he confessed to Samantha's death. But he told investigators there were others he would not name yet. He implied there were things he was keeping in reserve. He seemed to be savoring the knowledge that he held information no one else had. He said he had been living two lives in parallel: the contractor, the father, the neighbor, and the other thing, the ghost. On December the 2nd, 2012, Israel Keyes died in his cell at the Anchorage Correctional Complex, where he had been held in solitary confinement while awaiting trial. He had taken his own life. He was 34 years old. He left behind a poem of sorts written in his own blood that was found with the skull drawings in his cell. It was violent and proud and gave investigators no further information about his victims. It was, to the end, a final act of control. With his death, the possibility of a full accounting died too. The FBI announced that they believed he had killed at least 11 people, though the total could be higher. They know of 3 confirmed victims by name: Samantha Koenig, Bill Currier, Lorraine Currier. The others remain unidentified, men and women with families and histories and names that investigators have spent years trying to match to Keyes' vague admissions. The FBI released hours of interrogation footage, an interactive map of his known movements, and records of his murder kit locations, all in the hope that someone somewhere might recognize something: a date that matched a disappearance, a location that echoed a missing persons report, a face in the crowd. The investigation, they said, absolutely continues. I want to take a moment here before we close to come back to Samantha, because in a story like this one, a story that inevitably circles and circles the terrible gravity of the man who did the harm, it becomes easy to lose the person at its center. The girl in the lime green shirt, the 18-year-old who made espresso drinks for Anchorage regulars and had a boyfriend waiting for her and a father who loved her. Samantha Tesla Koenig. She was born in 1993. She grew up in Alaska. She was, by every account of the people who knew her, a warm and ordinary young woman in the best sense of the word, alive to her life, connected to the people in it, carrying herself through the world without any reason to suspect it could be taken from her. She fought back when he came for her. In the dark, in the cold, in a moment of absolute terror, she ran. She tried. That matters. It matters not because it changed the outcome. It did not, but because it tells us who she was. She was not passive. She was not defeated before it was over. She was, in her final hours, a person of courage, and she has not been forgotten. Investigators cite her case as the gateway that opened the door to understanding Israel Keyes, and potentially to identifying victims whose families still don't know what happened to them. In that sense, Samantha Koenig's story is still unfolding. The FBI team that worked her case has said that they think about her and the others every single day. Her father, James, spoke publicly about his daughter in the aftermath. His grief was quiet and enormous. He wanted people to remember her as she was, not as a name in a true crime case, but as his child. The girl in the lime green shirt. The city of Anchorage is very different in summer. The darkness retreats almost entirely. The sky at midnight is still a deep twilight blue, and the mountains appear again, glaciers glinting in the long light. The birch trees go green. The trails fill with hikers and cyclists. The coffee stands on Tudor Road open their windows to the warm air. It is a beautiful place. Most places are, once you look for the beauty in them, but every place carries its shadows too. Every ordinary evening carries within it the possibility of something that shatters the ordinary, that reminds us how thin the membrane is between the life we expect and the life that catches us by surprise. Samantha Koenig walked to work on a February evening in 2012, wearing her favorite color. She expected to go home. She deserved to go home. The man who took that from her is gone now, and the full truth of what he did may never be entirely known. But the people whose lives he touched, the families still waiting, the investigators still searching, the girl in the lime green shirt, they are not forgotten. They are not forgotten. That's where we'll leave it tonight. Rest now. Let the story settle. Let your breathing slow. You are safe. You are here. And tomorrow, if you think of Samantha, think of her the way her family wants her remembered. Not in the moment of her worst night, but in all the ordinary evenings before it, when she was just a girl in a bright green shirt, making coffee, smiling at strangers, alive to every small and precious thing the world had still to offer her. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Disappearance of Morgan Martin. Tonight, I want to tell you a story, a real one. The kind that doesn't begin with thunder or chaos, but with something much more ordinary. A girl, a summer night, and a porch in Florida. The kind of beginning that feels so familiar you almost don't notice it. A young woman stepping outside. A conversation that needed to happen. A night that should have ended with sleep. It didn't. And for the people who loved her, the silence that followed lasted for years. This is the story of Morgan Martin, a 17-year-old girl from St. Petersburg, Florida, who walked outside her front door in the early hours of a July morning in 2012 and never came back in. This is a story about a mother's grief, about a cold case that was cracked open years later by a new team of detectives armed with patience and technology. About a man who lied for a decade, then admitted the truth, then led investigators to an empty field in Alabama and offered no more answers. And it is a story about a girl who only wanted, more than anything else in the world, to be a mother. St. Petersburg, Florida is the kind of city that glows at night. Situated along the western shore of Tampa Bay, it catches the light of the Gulf of Mexico and holds it. In the summer, the air is thick and warm and smells of salt and grass and rain that hasn't fallen yet. The neighborhoods near the water are a mix of the quiet and the busy streets where families have lived for generations, where kids ride bikes past chain-link fences, where every front porch tells its own small story. Morgan Kiana Martin grew up in one of those neighborhoods. She was 17 years old in the summer of 2012. By the accounts of nearly everyone who knew her, she was warm in the way that some people just naturally are. The kind of person who didn't look for the bad in others, who smiled at strangers, who lit up a room not because she was trying to, but because she couldn't help it. Her mother, Leah Martin, described her daughter as someone who simply could not find wrong in anybody. She was a fun kid, Leah would say later. She liked everybody. Morgan had dark hair and brown eyes and a dog bite scar on the left side of her chin, a small permanent mark that her family knew well. She had a job at a Checkers restaurant. She was active on social media in the way teenagers are, posting and commenting and staying connected to the world through her phone at all hours. But the thing that people closest to Morgan always came back to, the thing that defined her, that made her different from so many girls her age, was how much she wanted to be a mother. It sounds simple, but it was something deeper than that. Other girls her age dreamed of careers, of college, of travel. Morgan dreamed of a baby, of holding someone small and entirely hers, of being the kind of mother she clearly believed she had the heart to be. She talked about it. She planned for it. When she found out she was pregnant at the beginning of 2012, at just 16 years old, her family worried. 17 is young. The circumstances were complicated, but Morgan herself was not afraid. She was 4 months along by July. She was going to have a girl. She had already chosen a name, Jayla Raquel. She had already fallen in love with someone she hadn't met yet. The father of her baby was a man named Jacob E. Rashad Flowers. He was 24 years old. She was 16 when they became involved. A gap in age that would later become deeply significant. Flowers denied paternity. He denied everything, repeatedly for years. But Morgan knew. And in the summer of 2012, she was preparing to make sure he knew too. She had a sonogram picture. She kept it close. She was planning to show it to him. July 25th, 2012. A Wednesday morning, technically, since it was well past midnight. Morgan was at home with her family on 17th Avenue South in St. Petersburg. The house was quiet. It was after midnight, sometime around 12:20 in the morning, when Morgan told her sister she was going outside. She had to talk to someone. The father of her baby, Jacob Flowers, was outside, reportedly sitting in an armchair on or near the front of her residence. The two of them spoke. We don't know exactly what was said. We don't know the tone of the conversation, whether it began calmly or turned quickly. We know only that Morgan went outside to speak to him, and that someone, possibly her sister, saw her there. And then Morgan Martin did not come back inside. The hours that followed were quiet in the wrong kind of way. Morgan's family would have gone to sleep eventually, perhaps assuming she had stepped away briefly, perhaps thinking she had gone somewhere with someone she trusted. But the morning came, and Morgan wasn't there. What she had left behind was everything. Her purse, her identification, her money, her keys, the sonogram photograph of her daughter, Jalea Raquel, the paycheck she had earned at Checkers, and not yet cashed. Every material thing she owned or cared about was still in that house. The only thing missing was Morgan, and her phone. Her mother, Leah, began to understand almost immediately that something was wrong. Morgan called her mother multiple times a day. Not once in a while, not occasionally, but every single day, several times. It was simply what they did. It was the rhythm of their relationship. A morning call, an afternoon call, a quick check-in in the evening. The silence that morning was not normal. It was not a choice Morgan would make. When police were contacted, they characterized the disappearance as ominous, and they meant it. The word wasn't chosen lightly. A pregnant teenager, 4 months along, who never went anywhere without her purse and her ID, who left behind her paycheck and her baby's sonogram, who called her mother every day without fail, had simply vanished. Her social media went silent too. Every account, every platform, nothing. For a girl who had been active online right up until that night, the sudden digital silence felt like a door slamming shut. From the very beginning, investigators had one name in their heads: Jacob Flowers. Jacob Flowers was 24 years old in the summer of 2012. He was, by his own accounts, a man with a full and complicated life. He had multiple children with multiple women. He was in a relationship with someone who was not Morgan Martin. He worked at a KFC restaurant. When police came to speak with him about Morgan's disappearance, he gave them a story. He knew Morgan, he said. She was just someone from the neighborhood. They weren't involved. They hadn't spoken in months. He wasn't the father of her baby. That was simply not true. He had no idea where she was or what might have happened to her. It was a careful, practiced answer, and it was almost entirely false. Behind the story, investigators were already pulling threads. Cell phone tower records are a quiet and meticulous kind of evidence. They don't lie the way people do. They show where a phone was, when it moved, in what direction, and the records that came back for Jacob Flowers on the night of July 24th into July 25th painted a very specific picture. His phone had been in the area of Morgan's home. Then he drove to his own house on 53rd Avenue. Then in the small hours of the morning, around 1:30 in the early morning, he went to the KFC where he worked, as the restaurant was closing its shift. What happened at KFC next was strange. The following morning, an employee discovered that someone had set a fire in the walk-in cooler. The cooler had also been cleaned with a hose, scrubbed down. Surveillance footage from inside the restaurant captured smoke visible at around 2:33 in the morning. Flowers himself appeared on the camera at 2:49. Whatever had happened in that cooler, someone had tried to eliminate it. Flowers then drove to visit the mother of 2 of his other children around 3:30 in the morning before returning to the area near the KFC. Then he drove through Tampa Bay. Then he crossed the Sunshine Skyway Bridge into Pasco County. He didn't return to St. Petersburg until the following day. Police noted all of this. They built their picture quietly. But the case would not move quickly. In those early months, without a body, without forensic evidence that was conclusive, without a confession, the case was classified as a missing persons investigation. Flowers remained a person of interest, and Morgan remained missing. As weeks became months, Leah Martin held on. She went on television. She spoke to reporters. She made sure her daughter's name stayed in the air, stayed in people's minds. She knew the way mothers somehow always know that her daughter was not coming home alive, but she needed the world to remember Morgan anyway. She was mine, Leah said through tears during one of those interviews. She wasn't his to take. The seasons changed. 2012 became 2013, then 14, then 15. Morgan's case moved from active investigation to the place where so many cases go when evidence doesn't arrive fast enough and witnesses don't talk and the trail grows faint, a cold case file. The St. Petersburg Police Department didn't abandon the investigation entirely. It never truly went away. But without new developments, there was only so much that could be done. The file grew thinner. The intervals between updates grew longer, and Leah Martin kept calling to check in, to ask, to remind anyone who would listen that her daughter was still out there somewhere, still unaccounted for, still belonging to a family that had never stopped looking. In 2015, something changed. The St. Petersburg Police Department formed a dedicated cold case unit. They looked at the backlog, some 212 possible unsolved murder cases waiting for fresh eyes and modern tools. Morgan's case was one of the first they chose to reopen. Detectives Jim Culberson and Amanda Newton took the lead. They began again from the beginning, reading everything, interviewing old witnesses, finding new ones. They traveled across Florida and into Alabama following threads that had previously led nowhere. They brought in the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit from Quantico, Virginia. They brought in computer analysts and video specialists. They combed through digital records that hadn't existed or hadn't been pulled years before. The case file that had once fit in a single envelope began to grow. Detective Newton would later speak about what it felt like to sit across from Leah Martin during those months of renewed investigation. "It's so hard not to stand there and cry with them," she said. "I feel like part of their family." The new technology made the difference. Cell phone data that had been harder to fully analyze in 2012 was now far more sophisticated to process. New witness statements emerged. People who perhaps hadn't spoken before, who now felt safer, or who had seen things they hadn't fully understood until detectives explained what they were looking for. Most critically, investigators examined the text messages. Between Morgan and Flowers, there were messages that spoke directly to her pregnancy. They showed a young woman trying to navigate an impossible situation, pregnant by a man who wanted nothing to do with the child, threatened by circumstances that could expose him. The messages revealed a relationship that was not what Flowers had described to police. They revealed communication. They revealed tension. They revealed a motive. Because what investigators came to believe was this: Jacob E. Flowers had two very serious problems with Morgan Martin's pregnancy. First, he already had children with other women and was in a relationship. A new baby, one that would become public, one that would require paternity acknowledgement, would shatter the life he had constructed. Second, and more dangerous for him, Morgan was a minor. She had been 16 when their relationship began. The pregnancy itself was evidence of statutory rape. If Morgan went to authorities and reported him, he would not just face the complications of child support and public embarrassment. He would face criminal charges. Morgan, facing a man who was denying everything, had told him what she would do if he didn't acknowledge the baby and provide support. She would report him. According to investigators, it was that threat, that she would report him for statutory rape, that became the unbearable pressure. The thing that tipped the scale. Flowers, they believed, had planned what happened on the night of July 25th. June 2016, almost exactly 4 years after Morgan Martin walked out her front door and disappeared. St. Petersburg Police Chief Anthony Holloway stood before cameras and made an announcement. A grand jury had indicted Jacob E. Flowers for the first-degree murder of Morgan Martin. It was a moment Leah Martin had been waiting for without knowing how long she would have to wait. The indictment did not bring her daughter back. It did not tell her where Morgan was. It did not answer the questions that had eaten at her for 4 years. But it meant that someone was finally going to be held accountable. "She won't be coming home," Leah said after the announcement. "So that's a little rough. But it's good to know that somebody's going to be held accountable." Chief Holloway stated plainly that Flowers had planned the murder, that he had duped Morgan into meeting him that night, knowing what he intended to do. Asked why, Holloway kept it brief. "He knew that she was pregnant," he said. "That's all I can say at this time." There was a legal complication, however, one that added its own layer of heartbreak to the case. Florida law at the time of Morgan's disappearance only permitted murder charges for an unborn child if the fetus was capable of surviving outside the womb. At 4 months of pregnancy, Jalal Raquel did not meet that threshold. Flowers could be charged with 1 murder, not 2. The law could not account for the small life that had been taken along with Morgan's. Flowers, who was already in state custody on an unrelated charge of fleeing and eluding a law enforcement officer, pleaded not guilty. He maintained his innocence. His attorney said little on his behalf. And then the waiting began again. Legal proceedings move slowly. Cases get delayed, continued, rescheduled. Years passed. 2017. 2018, 2019. Through it all, Leah Martin waited. Investigators continued their work, and Jacob E. Flowers, sitting in prison on his unrelated charges and then held on the murder indictments, said nothing. Spring 2022. 10 years after Morgan disappeared, after a decade of denial, Jacob E. Flowers reached a plea agreement with prosecutors. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in the death of Morgan Martin. The first-degree charge, which had been built on the assertion that the murder was planned and premeditated, was reduced. The terms of the agreement were precise and unusual. If Flowers could lead investigators to Morgan's remains, if her body could be found as a direct result of his cooperation, he would receive a sentence of 25 years. If he could not or would not, he would receive 40 years. It was a calculation, a bargain constructed around the one thing that Leah Martin had wanted for a decade, to bring her daughter home. Flowers spoke with investigators over a video call. He described where Morgan's body was buried. He said it was in a 4-foot-deep grave in Pike County, Alabama, along the northbound side of US 231, a highway that cut through rural cotton fields near the town of Troy. Pike County was hundreds of miles from St. Petersburg. It was a place where Flowers had extended family. A team assembled. The Pike County Sheriff's Office coordinated with St. Petersburg investigators. They brought cadaver dogs, trained animals that can detect the scent of human remains even years after burial. They brought ground-penetrating radar. They brought a backhoe to dig more than 4 feet deep. They brought an archaeologist from a nearby university to help analyze the earth. Flowers himself was eventually taken to the site in person to direct the search. They dug, they searched, they worked for days. And they found nothing. Not a trace. Not a fragment. Not a sign that Morgan Martin had ever been in that red Alabama clay. Leah Martin, when she heard, was not surprised. She had never believed her daughter was in Alabama. She had never trusted Flowers to tell the truth. Not after a decade of lies. Not after every denial. Not after every door he had slammed in the face of investigators. He doesn't have to, she said. It's just about how much of his life he wants to give up. She believed, and still believes, that he knows exactly where Morgan is. That somewhere, under the ground or concealed in some other way, her daughter is waiting to come home. Whether Flowers had deliberately sent investigators to the wrong place, or whether his memory after 10 years was simply unreliable, or whether the information he gave was never truthful to begin with, no one knows for certain. The earth in Pike County gave up nothing. April 28, 2022. Leah Martin walked into a courtroom in Pinellas Pasco Circuit Court. She had waited for this day for years, the day when she would stand in the same room as the man who had taken her daughter and her granddaughter from her, and speak directly to him. She delivered her victim impact statement facing Jacob E. Flowers. "You killed your own child and my child," she said. She told him that 40 years wasn't enough, that 1,000,000 years wouldn't have been enough. She spoke about all the things she had been denied. She hadn't been able to see Morgan graduate, hadn't seen her become a mother, hadn't gotten to hold Jalea Raquel. She had been robbed not just of her daughter, but of every future moment, every birthday, every holiday, every ordinary Tuesday that would have belonged to a family that no longer existed in the same shape. A close family friend, Ann Orr, also delivered a statement. She spoke about who Morgan was, a girl who always wanted to make people smile, a girl with a specific kind of light. Flowers, during the sentencing, said he was sorry. He apologized for his actions. The judge sentenced him to 40 years in prison. It was confirmed at that sentencing that investigators had made a second attempt. Even in the week before the hearing, they had taken Flowers back to Alabama one more time, hoping something might be different. It wasn't. St. Petersburg Police Major David Gerardo told the court that investigators felt they had exhausted their options in Alabama. But the search for Morgan's remains would not officially close. Any new leads would be followed. Jacob P. Flowers, now in his mid-30s, will not be eligible for release until he is in his 70s, if ever. Morgan Martin would be 27 years old today. Jalea Raquel would have been 9. There is a particular kind of grief that comes with a case like Morgan's. It is different from the grief of loss, where a body is recovered, where a burial takes place, where there is a physical place to go and mourn. It is the grief of the open door, of not knowing. Leah Martin has lived inside that grief for more than a decade. She has spoken about her daughter with a consistency that is itself a form of love. Every interview, every anniversary, every time a reporter called, she answered. She made sure people knew who Morgan was. Not just that she was missing, not just that she was dead, but who she was. A girl who liked everybody. A girl who wanted nothing more complicated than to be a mom. That's all Morgan wanted to be, was a mom, Leah said. Kids want to grow up and be nurses and doctors. No, she wanted to be a mom. She really did. And she would have been. There is something unbearably tender about that. About a 17-year-old girl who had already named her daughter, who was already excited, who was already preparing her heart for the biggest love she'd ever known, and who was killed precisely because of that love. Because the man who had made her pregnant could not tolerate the consequences. Because she had asked for something she was entirely entitled to ask for. Acknowledgement. Support. A father for her child. She paid for that ask with her life. The investigators who worked her case, Jim Culberson and Amanda Newton, the detectives from the Cold Case Unit, the FBI analysts, the cadaver dogs in a cotton field in Alabama, all of them carried a piece of this story for years. It shaped them. It stayed with them. Detective Newton said it simply. She felt like part of the family. Cases like Morgan's do that. They pull people in and hold them. Because there is something in us, something fundamental and human, that refuses to accept that a young woman can simply disappear. That a girl who called her mother every day can be here one moment and gone the next. That an empty field in Alabama can be both the answer and not the answer. The St. Petersburg Police Department has said the investigation will continue. If new information comes forward, they will act on it. Somewhere in some configuration of geography and Earth, the truth about where Morgan is may still be waiting to be found. Leah Martin continues to hope. She has said that she believes one day her daughter will come home. The stars are still out over St. Petersburg tonight. The water of Tampa Bay moves the way it always has, slowly, steadily, in no particular hurry. The neighborhoods are quiet. The porches are empty. The summer air hangs warm and still, the way it does in a Florida July. Morgan Martin was 17 years old when she stepped outside and was taken from the world. She was a girl with a scar on her chin and fuzzy pink slippers, and a sonogram picture she kept close to her. She was someone's daughter. She was going to be someone's mother. She has not been forgotten. And tonight we carry her name a little further, into the quiet, into the dark, into the space between waking and sleeping, where stories live. Let your breath slow down now. Let your body sink a little deeper into wherever you are resting. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. The Murder of Shannon Stafford. Tonight, I'm going to tell you a story, and like all the stories we tell in this space, it is a true one. It is not a story that will make you jump, or startle you awake, or leave you anxious. It is a story told slowly, the way a friend would tell it to you, sitting across a table, speaking in a low voice, choosing each word with care. It is the story of a young woman named Shannon. She was 29 years old. She had grown up in the foster care system in West Virginia, moving from home to home in the way that children without anchors sometimes do. She had known instability and uncertainty and longing, but through all of it she carried something inside her that the hard years never managed to touch. A deep and genuine warmth, a hunger for belonging, a belief that things could be better. And for a time she found that. She found love and a family, and eventually a little girl named Faith. But the people who surrounded her love would ultimately become the architects of her destruction. This is the story of Shannon Lynn Stafford, born on the 14th of May, 1982, gone on the 21st of April, 2012. She was 29 years old. She just wanted her daughter back. Before we get to the parking lot, before we get to the gun, before we get to the moment that changed everything, we have to go back to the beginning. Because Shannon's story doesn't start with violence. It starts with something far quieter, and in some ways far more heartbreaking. It starts with a little girl who grew up without a permanent home. Shannon spent much of her childhood moving through the foster care system in West Virginia. The details of her early years are known only to those closest to her, and they kept those details private out of respect for her. But what is known, what people who loved her have said publicly, over and over, is that Shannon came out of that experience with a specific kind of ache. The ache of someone who has never quite had a place that was entirely hers. A family that was entirely hers. She wanted that more than almost anything. So when Shannon was a young woman, and she met a man named Nathan Mitchell, and when Nathan's parents, Larry and Sandra Mitchell, opened their home and seemed to welcome her with open arms, something inside Shannon must have exhaled. Must have thought, this is it. This is the family I've always wanted. And in the beginning, at least from the outside, it looked exactly like that. Nathan and Shannon fell in love. They began spending time together at the Mitchell family home in West Virginia, and the parents seemed genuinely warm. Larry Mitchell was a quiet man by most accounts. The kind of man who came home from work, sat at the dinner table, and then retreated to his bedroom. He wasn't loud or aggressive on the surface. He was simply there, in the background, occupying the house. Sandra Mitchell was the force, the center of gravity in that household. Everything orbited around her preferences, her standards, her expectations. And in those early days, Shannon didn't see that as a warning sign. She saw it as strength. She saw it as the kind of steady, rooted family she had been searching for. Nathan was kind to her, in the beginning. He was attentive. He made her feel seen. And so when the couple became engaged, and when Larry and Sandra suggested that the two of them move into the family home, Shannon said yes without hesitation. Why wouldn't she? She was in love. She had a family now, a real one. She had no way of knowing that the door she was walking through was not an entrance. It was a trap. The shift was gradual, as it always is. At first, the expectations seemed reasonable. Sandra liked things done a certain way around the house. The laundry folded just so. The dishes washed immediately after eating. The floors clean. The surfaces clear. These were the standards of a woman who ran her home with precision. And Shannon, eager to please, eager to fit in, eager to be accepted. She tried to meet them. But no matter how hard she tried, it was never quite enough. Sandra would point out what hadn't been done correctly. She would criticize Shannon's work in front of Nathan. She would make comments, small, sharp ones about Shannon's shortcomings as a housekeeper, as a partner, as a woman, and instead of defending his fiancée, Nathan would agree with his mother. He would nod or add his own criticism or simply say nothing, which, when you are the person being criticized and the person you love is in the room, amounts to the same thing. Shannon found herself isolated slowly, incrementally, in the way that people in controlling environments often are. Sandra and Larry monitored where she went and when she returned. They managed her time, her space, her relationships. And her family, her foster parents, her foster siblings, the people who had known her before began to slip out of reach. Not because Shannon wanted to lose them, but because every time she tried to maintain that connection, she encountered resistance. Resistance from Sandra. Resistance from Nathan. When the time came for Shannon and Nathan to get married, something happened that might seem small on the surface, but says everything about the power dynamic that had already calcified inside that house. The Mitchells told Shannon she could not invite her own family to the wedding. Not her foster parents. Not her foster siblings. Not the people who had raised her and loved her. The Mitchells said they wanted a small wedding and asked Shannon not to bring any guests of her own. Shannon, afraid of rocking the boat, afraid of losing the family she thought she had found. She complied. She walked down the aisle without the people who loved her in the room. That should have been the moment she ran. But love makes us stay in places we shouldn't. And Shannon stayed. Not long after the wedding, Shannon became pregnant, and rather than this being a cause for celebration, rather than a grandmother-to-be putting her hand on a daughter-in-law's stomach and smiling, Sandra Mitchell became irate. It was too soon, she said. Too early in the marriage. She blamed Shannon, called her irresponsible, and then while Shannon was pregnant, carrying a baby she had not planned but already loved, Sandra kicked her out of the house. Shannon left. She found somewhere else to stay, and she tried to make sense of what her life had become. Then Nathan came to her. He was sorry, he said. He wanted her back. Things would be different. He promised. She believed him. She went back. The baby came 3 months too early. Shannon was in labor before her body was ready, before the nursery was finished, before any of the quiet, ordinary preparations that new mothers make had been fully completed. Faith Mitchell came into the world small and fragile and fighting the way so many people in this story were fighting, in one way or another. And from the moment Faith arrived, the Mitchells made their position clear. They blamed Shannon for the premature birth. They said it was her fault, her irresponsibility, her failure, that had caused a baby to arrive before she was ready. This was, of course, a medical event with medical causes, and not the kind of thing that can be laid at the feet of a new mother who was already doing her best under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. But facts were not the currency the Mitchells traded in. Control was, and the most effective way to control Shannon now was through faith. From the beginning, Sandra and Larry Mitchell inserted themselves between Shannon and her own daughter. They managed the baby's care. They were always there, always present, always hovering, in ways that left little room for Shannon to simply be a mother. While Shannon was still in the house, she was expected to continue all the cooking and cleaning, even as she recovered from childbirth, even as she learned to care for a premature baby. Nathan, who had health issues of his own, contributed very little, and so Shannon ran herself thin, caught between the demands of the household and the longing to simply hold her daughter without someone else's hands always nearby. The breaking point came on a weekend. Shannon wanted to visit her foster family, just for a few days, just to breathe, to see the people who loved her without conditions, to rest her head somewhere that didn't feel like a surveillance room. She asked if she could bring Faith. She was told no. Shannon went anyway without Faith. She left her daughter in that house and drove away, telling herself it would only be a few days. She would come back and she would hold her baby, and she would find a way to make it all work. But when she returned, the Mitchells would not let her back in. The door was closed. The locks had turned. Shannon was on the outside, and her daughter was on the inside, and the family she had given up everything for had made their final move. Shannon filed for divorce from Nathan Mitchell, and then, with all the courage that a woman who has spent her whole life searching for stability can summon, she filed for custody of her daughter. What followed was the kind of custody battle that grinds people down, the kind that fills up months and years with court dates and paperwork and allegations and hearings, where the law moves like water through stone, slowly, inevitably, but so slowly that the waiting feels like a punishment in itself. The Mitchells were determined. Sandra and Nathan put forward a unified position. Shannon was an unfit mother. They made claims about her behavior, her lifestyle, her character. They said Faith had come home from visits with Shannon with bruises and diaper rash. They painted a picture of a woman who could not be trusted with her own child. Hundreds of people who had known Shannon for years, who had grown up with her, who had watched her move through the world, said those claims were simply not true. Not remotely. Friends described her as warm and devoted. People who had watched her with Faith said the child was loved. The court-appointed guardian for Faith, a woman named Judy Sawyer, would later say in her own report that Shannon was not the person the Mitchells claimed she was. But the court process is slow, and while it moved, Shannon's access to her daughter was restricted to supervised visits, short, monitored meetings in public places, hours instead of days. Not enough time to be a mother, only enough time to be a visitor in her daughter's life. Shannon took those visits. She showed up every single time. She held Faith and read to her and loved her in whatever space she was given. And then she went home and waited for the next one. Meanwhile, the Mitchells filed complaint after complaint. They manufactured obstacles. They testified. They had resources and a shared roof and a shared purpose. And Shannon was fighting them largely alone, from a distance, from a position of disadvantage that she had not created but could not escape. And yet, and here's the part that matters, the court was starting to see through it. Family court officials in Harrison County examined the evidence. They looked at the allegations. They looked at Shannon, and they did not find what the Mitchells had described. They found a mother who showed up, a mother who loved her child, a mother who had been placed in an impossible position and had navigated it with more grace than most people could have managed. The court began to give Shannon more time with Faith, and then just 3 days before the 21st of April, 2012, a judge made it official. Shannon Lynn Stafford was to be granted unsupervised, overnight visits with her daughter. She had won. After all of it, after the isolation and the criticism and the locked doors and the court dates and the supervised visits in parking lots, she had won. That Saturday morning, Shannon woke up knowing that she was going to hold her daughter without someone standing watch. She was going to have Faith all to herself, in their own space, for the very first time. She had no idea that across town her father-in-law already knew what the court had decided, and that he had decided something of his own. The morning of April 21st, 2012 was an ordinary Saturday in Morgantown, West Virginia. People were going about their weekends, errands to run, coffee to drink, the slow, unhurried pace of a day with no particular urgency. The Walmart on Hornbeck Road, on Green Gage Road in Morgantown, was already drawing its early customers. Carts wheeled across asphalt. Engines turned over. The sky above the parking lot was wide and indifferent. Shannon had her boyfriend, Nick Helms, with her that morning. They had driven to the Walmart together, and Nick had dropped off at the tire center, a brief errand, just a few minutes. Shannon pulled around to the front of the store. She parked. She waited. She was waiting to receive her daughter. Nathan Mitchell was supposed to bring Faith to this location. This was the arrangement. This was the exchange point. A public place, a neutral space. The kind of location that custody arrangements often designate, so that the handoff feels manageable for everyone involved. Shannon sat in her truck and waited. She didn't know that Larry Mitchell had driven to Morgantown that morning with a 9mm handgun. She didn't know that he had purchased that gun approximately 1 month earlier. She didn't know that Larry Mitchell, the quiet man who came home and went to his room, the grandfather who sat in the background, the man who had told the court he loved Faith like an angel loves its charge, had decided that Shannon Stafford could not be allowed to take her daughter home. She didn't know that he was already in that parking lot. She didn't know any of it. She was just a mother, sitting in a truck, waiting for her little girl. Larry Mitchell crossed the parking lot toward Shannon's vehicle. He had a loaded gun. He opened fire while Shannon was still seated inside the truck. The first shots tore through metal and glass in the ordinary quiet of a Saturday morning, in a way that made everyone nearby freeze and then scatter. Inside the Walmart, people heard the noise and didn't understand it yet. A woman named Cherie Johnson would later tell reporters that the store went into lockdown, that someone was saying there was a man in the parking lot with a gun, and nobody was allowed in or out. Shannon got out of the truck. She was trying to get away. She was running or trying to run across the asphalt of that parking lot, and Larry Mitchell followed her and kept firing. He fired 13 rounds total, 13 shots from a 9mm handgun into a 29-year-old woman who had done nothing wrong, who had fought for a year to see her daughter, who had won that fight just 3 days before, who was sitting in a parking lot waiting to finally bring her child home. Shannon collapsed, and then Larry Mitchell turned and walked back toward his truck. He did not rush. He did not run. He walked. And nearby, according to witnesses, Nathan Mitchell was in that parking lot too. He had brought their daughter Faith to the exchange location, and according to the people who were there, with Shannon's body on the ground and the police not yet arrived, Nathan walked Faith back and forth, perhaps 10 or 15 yards from where her mother had fallen. Not holding her close, not shielding her, just walking her around, witnesses said, in full view of everything. The details of that moment are almost too painful to sit with, but the people of Morgantown sat with it, because before the police arrived, before anyone in authority had a chance to respond, ordinary people, strangers, customers who had come to that Walmart on a Saturday morning to do their shopping, those people surrounded Larry Mitchell. They surrounded him and held him there. They would not let him leave. The police chief would later say, and I want you to hear this clearly, this is one of those cases where who knows where we'd be right now had they not done that. Regular people, acting together, holding a killer in place so that he could not walk away. Shannon was pronounced dead at the scene. Her daughter Faith was 2 years old. In the hours and days that followed, the Morgantown Police Department began piecing together the how and the why of what had happened in that parking lot. The how was not complicated. Larry Mitchell had driven to Morgantown with a gun he had purchased a month prior. He had arrived before Shannon. He had waited. When she pulled in, he approached and fired. He had done it in broad daylight, in front of a Walmart full of customers, with his granddaughter somewhere nearby. There was no ambiguity about what he had done or who had done it. Dozens of witnesses saw it. The why was the part that carried more weight. Investigators identified the primary motive quickly. Shannon had been about to win her custody case. The court had just granted her unsupervised overnight visits. The Mitchell family had spent months, perhaps more than a year, constructing a narrative in which Shannon was an unfit mother. They had testified, complained, alleged, accused. And the court had looked at all of it and sided with Shannon anyway. From Larry Mitchell's perspective, according to what he would later say under oath, he felt like a guardian angel who had to act. He said he did it out of love for Faith. He said he never hated Shannon. He sat in a wheelchair in the courtroom and asked for mercy and said that what he did was a tragic act of love. The prosecution said something different. They said he saw the writing on the wall. They said he knew the custody battle was slipping away from his family, that Shannon was gaining ground, and that rather than accept the court's decision, he chose to eliminate the problem. This was a chilling and horrifying execution, the prosecutor said. It was one of the most cold-blooded executions I have prosecuted. There was another question that lingered, one that investigators noted and that Shannon's friends and family would not let go of for years. How did Larry Mitchell know Shannon would be at that Walmart that morning? How did he know when she would arrive and where she would park? Shannon had been told to come alone. Nathan Mitchell and his father had driven to that Walmart in separate cars. The timing of it all, the fact that Larry was already there, waiting, positioned, suggested to many people close to the case that this was not a spontaneous act of grief by a grandfather who had simply snapped. It had the shape of something planned. Shannon's friends pointed to something else, too. In the period before the murder, Nathan Mitchell had posted something on social media. Words that were disturbing enough to get attention. Words that suggested he believed sometimes a divorce attorney wasn't the only solution to a problem. The posts were noted, but Nathan Mitchell was never charged with murder. He was never charged with conspiracy. Only Larry Mitchell stood in the criminal dock for what happened in that parking lot. Larry Mitchell entered a plea of not guilty in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. He was held at the Doddridge Regional Jail while the case moved through the system. Back in Harrison County, back in Monongalia County, back in the courtrooms where Shannon had spent so many hours fighting for her daughter, the legal machinery turned. And then, in December of 2012, 8 months after Shannon was killed, Larry Mitchell changed his plea. He stood before Circuit Judge Philip Gajut in Monongalia County and admitted to driving to Morgantown on April 21st with a 9mm handgun and firing 13 rounds into Shannon Stafford as she sat in her truck waiting for her daughter. He admitted it. He said it out loud in a court of law in front of Shannon's family and friends. And then shortly afterward, he sat in a wheelchair and took the stand and asked the judge for mercy. He was in poor health, he suggested. He was old. He had done something terrible. But perhaps the court could see its way to giving him some possibility of a future outside prison walls. The judge considered it. Then the judge denied it. This court has no credible reason to grant mercy to Mitchell, Judge Gajut said, as he did not show mercy to Shannon Stafford. Larry Mitchell was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He would breathe his last breath, the judge said, inside a cell. He is currently held at the Mount Olive Correctional Complex in West Virginia. In the courtroom, Shannon's friends and family members burst into tears. Some of them held each other. One of Shannon's closest friends, a woman named Shannon Nine, who had taken the stand and testified. She said she was relieved, but she wasn't finished. Custody laws needed to change, she said. The system that had made Shannon fight so hard, that had allowed the Mitchells to manufacture so many obstacles, that had kept a good mother from her daughter for so long. That system needed to be different. Shannon's sister, Alicia Schrock, put it plainly. Justice was served today, she said, but it's not going to bring her back. At least he's not going to get out and live his life when Shannon can't. The criminal case was over. Larry Mitchell was in prison. But for Shannon's family, the story was not finished. Because the question that had never been properly answered in a court of law, the question of what Nathan Mitchell and Sandra Mitchell had known, and when, and what role they had played, that question was still alive. Shannon's foster brother, Barry Adkins, took that question to civil court. In December of 2012, the same month Larry Mitchell entered his guilty plea, Adkins filed a civil suit on behalf of Shannon's estate. The suit named not only Larry Mitchell, but also Sandra Mitchell and Nathan Mitchell as defendants. And it made a specific claim that Sandra and Nathan had encouraged, assisted, aided, provoked, and incited Larry Mitchell in the killing of Shannon Stafford. That they had provided him with information they knew, or should have known, would incite him to take action to seriously injure or kill her. The civil suit moved slowly, as civil suits do. Years passed. Nathan Mitchell, meanwhile, did something that told its own story about his character. After Shannon's death, Shannon's foster parents had been granted visitation rights with little faith. A court had decided that the child should have some connection to her mother's family. Nathan violated that order. He refused to allow Faith to visit. He was arrested in June of 2013 and charged with concealment of a child. He later pleaded guilty and received 60 days in jail and 5 years of probation. By that point, he had relocated to Florida, taking Faith with him. A little girl who had watched her mother die, or had been near enough to the scene that the distinction barely mattered, was now being raised by the father who had brought her to that parking lot, and the grandmother who had, according to the civil suit, helped set the whole thing in motion. The civil case continued, and in May of 2018, 6 years after Shannon was shot in that parking lot, Monongalia County Circuit Judge Susan Tucker signed a final judgment order. She awarded $32,614,860 to Shannon's estate, half in compensatory damages, half in punitive damages. $32 million for a woman who just wanted her daughter back. Barry Adkins, Shannon's foster brother, the man who had filed the suit and carried it through 6 years of legal process, said clearly that it was never about the money. The attorney who represented him said the judgment was meant to send a message that citizens cannot take the law into their own hands, that a family cannot simply decide that a court's ruling is unacceptable and act accordingly. Whether or not Sandra and Nathan Mitchell ever paid that judgment, whether the money ever reached Faith in some form of trust or foundation, is something that the public record is less clear on. What is clear is that the court said in the language courts use that what happened to Shannon Stafford was wrong, that more than one person bore responsibility for it, and that responsibility had a price. Shannon Lynn Stafford was born on the 14th of May, 1982, in West Virginia. She grew up moving through homes that weren't permanently hers. She learned early how to make herself useful, how to be agreeable, how to adapt to the preferences of the people around her. She grew up with that particular longing that people who have lived without permanence tend to carry. The longing for a place of her own, a table she could always come back to, people who would always be there. She found what she thought was that table when she met Nathan Mitchell. She gave herself to that family in ways that were in retrospect heartbreaking. She gave up her own family's presence at her wedding. She gave up weekends with her foster parents. She gave up her autonomy, her self-determination, her sense of what was and was not acceptable, all in service of fitting into a household that had already decided she would never truly fit. And still she stayed, because she loved Nathan, because she wanted the family she had always wanted. And then Faith was born, tiny and early and already fighting, and everything shifted. Because now Shannon had someone of her own, someone who was hers in a way that no arrangement or agreement or family dynamic could undo. Faith was her daughter, her blood, her person. And when they tried to take Faith away, when the Mitchells locked the door and filed the paperwork and made the accusations and brought Shannon to court, Shannon fought, with everything she had, for as long as it took. She had chronic stomach pain from the stress. She had a thyroidectomy. She suffered a miscarriage. She was fighting in family court while also fighting her own body, while also working, while also trying to hold herself together in the absence of her child. And she kept showing up to every single supervised visit. Every one. She just wanted her daughter. She was 3 days away from getting her. The people who knew Shannon have said, over and over, that she was warm, that she was funny, that she was the kind of person who made other people feel seen. Her friends rallied around her memory the moment she was gone. Nearly 1,500 people joined a justice page for Shannon within the first week after her death. Friends spoke at her funeral. People who had known her for years told anyone who would listen that the picture the Mitchells had painted of her was not Shannon. Not even close. Shannon Stafford rested in a white casket in Masontown, West Virginia. Her family was there. The people who had known and loved her were there. Nathan Mitchell and his family did not attend. Stories like Shannon's are not rare. That is the uncomfortable truth that sits beneath every element of this case. Controlling relationships, isolation, a family that treats a daughter-in-law as both servant and threat, a custody battle weaponized not for the good of a child but for the maintenance of power, a court system that moves slowly while a young mother fought for the most fundamental thing a person can fight for. And then at the end of it all, the violence that so many people around Shannon had seen coming, the violence that her friends had worried about, that her boyfriend's mother had warned about, that the shape of the situation had been quietly predicting for months. One of Shannon's friends said something that has stayed with me as I researched this story. She said, "If you loved your baby, you wouldn't take her mother from her. Everybody needs their mom." That's the thing about this case. The Mitchells claim they acted out of love for Faith. Larry Mitchell sat in a wheelchair in a courtroom and said he never hated Shannon, that what he did was done out of love for his granddaughter. But love does not fire 13 rounds into a parking lot. Love does not leave a 2-year-old girl without a mother. Love does not violate court orders or manufacture evidence or isolate a young woman from every person who cares about her until she has no one left to turn to. What the Mitchells called love was something else entirely. It was possession. It was control. It was the belief that they knew better than anyone. Better than Shannon, better than the courts, better than a judge who had just ruled in a mother's favor, what was right. And when the system disagreed with them, they decided the system was wrong, and one man went to a Walmart with a gun. And so we come to the end of Shannon's story, or at least the end of what we know. Somewhere Faith Mitchell is growing up. She would be in her mid-teens now, old enough to have some sense of who her mother was, or at least who her mother was said to be by the people who loved her. We don't know the life she is living. We don't know what she has been told, or what she has found out on her own, or what she carries inside her from a morning in a parking lot in April 2012, when she was 2 years old. We hope she is okay. We hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows that her mother loved her, that her mother fought for her, that her mother showed up every single time for supervised visits in public places, because being allowed 1 hour with her daughter was better than nothing, that her mother had chronic stomach pain from the stress of missing her, that her mother had a whole community of people who loved her and believed in her and went to court and filed civil suits and created Facebook pages and signed petitions in her name, that her mother was not who the Mitchells said she was, that her mother was Shannon. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. The Disappearance and Murder of Sierra Lamar. Tonight, I'm going to tell you a story. Not a ghost story, not something designed to spike your heart rate or make you sit up straight. This is the kind of story that draws you in slowly, the way a fog rolls across a valley just before dawn. It's a true story, a real one, and because it's real, it carries weight. The kind of weight that paradoxically can anchor you to the present moment and let your mind stop chasing its own tail. This is the story of a 15-year-old girl named Sierra Lamar who walked out of her front door one March morning in California and never came home. It's a story about a community that refused to give up, about detectives who followed invisible threads for years, about a man who thought he could disappear into the ordinary fabric of a small town, and about a family still waiting even now for a piece of their daughter to be returned to them. There are no answers here that are entirely satisfying. There never are when a young life is taken. But there is truth here. And sometimes truth, even painful truth, is enough to help us let go of everything else and simply rest. Sierra Mae Lamar was born on the 19th of October, 1996, in Fremont, California, a city that sits on the eastern edge of the San Francisco Bay, the kind of place that hums with quiet suburban life, soccer practices, coffee shop mornings, and the distant sound of BART trains moving through the hills. She grew up in Fremont, and by all accounts she was the kind of teenager who lit up the room she walked into. Her friends described her as funny, playful, and effortlessly social. She loved to laugh, she was a cheerleader. She texted constantly, the way teenagers do, keeping threads of conversation alive with half a dozen friends at once. She had big brown eyes and brown hair that she dyed black around the time her family's life shifted beneath her feet. Because life did shift. When Sierra was around 15, her parents divorced. It's one of those quiet earthquakes that teenagers absorb in ways adults often underestimate. The way the floor of your world tilts just slightly, and nothing feels quite the same afterward. Her mother, Marlene, decided to relocate. They moved to Morgan Hill, a smaller, quieter community about 40 miles south of Fremont, tucked into the rolling hills at the southern end of the Santa Clara Valley. It's the kind of place where neighbors wave from their driveways, where the mountains are visible from the backyard, where the air smells of grass and open space. It should have been a fresh start. Sierra enrolled as a sophomore at Ann Sobrato High School in Morgan Hill. She'd only been there for about 6 months. 6 months isn't very long to build a life in a new place. She was still finding her footing, still adjusting, still reaching back toward her friends in Fremont through messages and phone calls. She had no history of running away, no history of depression serious enough to alarm anyone around her, no reason to vanish. She was just a girl trying to settle into a new chapter. And on the morning of the 16th of March, 2012, she tried to begin another ordinary day in that ordinary chapter. She got up around 6 in the morning. She got dressed. She put on her black San Jose Sharks sweater, the kind of soft, comfortable layer you throw on in the early morning chill of a California spring. She had jeans, sneakers, her school bag. She sent a text to a friend at 7-Eleven in the morning, telling her she'd meet her before class. She never got on the bus. She never arrived at school. She was never seen again. The thing about disappearances, the ones that happen quickly, cleanly, in the space between one heartbeat and the next, is that the world doesn't stop. The bus still runs on its schedule. Teachers still take attendance. Friends still save seats. Life just continues, unaware that something has been severed. Sierra's mother, Marlene, went to work that morning, the way she always did. She had no reason to suspect anything. She'd watched Sierra get ready, had seen her head toward the door. Parents send their children into the world every single morning, trusting in the basic unspoken agreement that the world will send them back. At 3:45 that afternoon, Marlene finished work and called Sierra's phone. She wanted to check in, hear her daughter's voice, the way mothers do. The phone rang out. Marlene didn't immediately panic. Teenagers don't always pick up, especially if they're busy or in class or in the middle of something with a friend. But something nagged at her. She drove home. The house was quiet. Sierra wasn't there. Marlene went to Sobrato High School, hoping maybe Sierra had stayed late for something. Maybe she was in the gym or sitting with friends. But when she asked, the answer stopped her cold. Sierra hadn't come to school at all. Not a single class. Not a single period. The school's automated attendance system hadn't notified Marlene until 6 in the evening. A full school day had passed without anyone raising the alarm. It's one of those procedural gaps that would haunt everyone involved for years afterward. But in that moment, Marlene had one focus. Her daughter was gone. She called the police. The Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office sent deputies to take her statement. At first, as is standard in these situations, there was a quiet consideration of the possibility that Sierra had run away. She was a teenager. She'd recently moved away from her friends. She might have been unhappy, might have wanted to go back to Fremont. These things happen, but Sierra had sent that text at 7:11. She had plans to meet a friend. She was moving toward her day, not away from it. The first search of the area around her home began that night, and early the following morning, March 17th. The investigation deepened with a discovery that removed any remaining question of whether this was simply a teenager choosing to disappear. 3/4 of a mile from Sierra's home, along the roadside, a deputy found her cell phone. It was lying there in the grass near the road, as though it had been tossed from a moving vehicle. Not placed carefully, not set down, thrown. The phone was Sierra's, there was no question of that. And the fact that it had been discarded, not lost, not dropped by accident, but thrown, told investigators something important. Someone had wanted to get rid of it. Someone had wanted to sever Sierra's connection to anyone trying to reach her. The following day, the 18th, searchers found something else. Between a shed and a cactus, a few miles from her home, there was a black bag. Inside the bag were Sierra's jeans, the same jeans she'd been wearing when she left the house that morning. Her shoes, her San Jose Shark sweater. Whoever had taken Sierra had removed her clothes and discarded them in this bag, hidden from the road, tucked between ordinary pieces of the landscape as though they were nothing at all. The clothes went to the crime lab immediately, and what the technicians found there would eventually bring the whole case into focus, though it would take weeks of careful, painstaking work to connect the threads. On Sierra's jeans there was DNA, not Sierra's, someone else's, a man's. The question was, whose? Investigators began the systematic work of elimination. They checked their databases. They looked at every registered sex offender in the area, and required each of them to account for their whereabouts on the morning of the 16th. They examined surveillance footage from buses, from nearby businesses, from anything with a camera that might have captured something. They reviewed Sierra's phone records, her computer, her social media, looking for anyone who might have had reason to harm her, any secret life she might have been living. There was nothing, no secret, no dark corner of her private world that anyone was hiding. Sierra was exactly who she appeared to be, a normal, cheerful 15-year-old who had walked to a bus stop on a Tuesday morning and been swallowed by something she never saw coming. And then, on March 28th, 12 days after Sierra vanished, the DNA on her jeans found a match. His name was Antolin Garcia Torres. He was 21 years old. He lived in a trailer park 7 miles from Sierra's bus stop with his mother and his pregnant girlfriend. He worked at a Safeway grocery store in Morgan Hill. By nearly every outward measure, he was unremarkable. The kind of man you'd pass in a parking lot without a second glance. The kind of neighbor you might wave to without ever learning his last name. But he had a history. In 2009, 3 years before Sierra disappeared, Garcia Torres had been arrested for felony assault. The charges had never been fully prosecuted, but the arrest meant his DNA was in the system. And it was that DNA sitting in a database, waiting, that matched the profile extracted from Sierra's genes. Investigators began watching him immediately. 24-hour surveillance, unmarked cars, eyes on every movement he made. They weren't ready to arrest him yet. They needed more, but they began quietly building the architecture of a case. And then they looked at the security footage from the trailer park where he lived. What they saw was this. On the morning of March 16th, At approximately 6:45 in the morning, a red Volkswagen Jetta left the trailer park. The driver was Garcia Torres. He was alone. He left roughly 15 minutes before Sierra would have walked out her front door toward the bus stop. 15 minutes. Just enough time to position himself. When investigators finally obtained a warrant to examine that red Jetta, they found what they'd feared they would find. Sierra's DNA was on the interior door handle of the car, the handle you'd grab if you were being pulled inside. And in the trunk, tangled in a length of rope, there was a single strand of Sierra's hair, a strand of her hair, wrapped in rope. In the trunk of a man who claimed he'd never seen her, never heard her name, never had any idea who she was. He told investigators he'd gone fishing that morning. Alone, no witnesses, no receipts, no evidence of any kind to corroborate his story. Just a man alone by the water on the morning. A 15-year-old girl disappeared from the road he would have driven past. On May 21st, 2012, 66 days after Sierra Lamar walked out her front door for the last time, Antolin Garcia Torres was arrested at the Safeway where he worked. Deputies approached him in the parking lot, in the middle of an ordinary workday, and took him into custody. He said he was innocent. He would keep saying so for years. While investigators built their case against Garcia Torres, something beautiful and heartbreaking was happening on the hills and roads around Morgan Hill. People were searching for Sierra. Hundreds of volunteers, eventually thousands, over the weeks and months that followed, signed up to walk the fields, the creek beds, the scrubland, the parks, the back roads of the Santa Clara Valley. They wore bright vests and carried sticks to part tall grass. They checked under bridges and behind sheds. They walked in lines across open farmland in the early morning, calling her name into the cool air. The Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office used dive teams to search lakes and reservoirs. Helicopters swept areas that were too dense or too remote for volunteers on foot. Search dogs worked the land near her home, near her bus stop, near the places where her belongings had been found. Weeks became months. The warm hope of early spring gave way to the dry heat of summer, and then the long slide into autumn. Each day without finding her was another day the family had to endure. Another day they had to choose between the need to keep looking and the creeping, terrible knowledge that looking might not be enough. Sierra's father, Steve Lamar, became one of the most visible faces of the search effort. He appeared at press conferences, organized volunteer groups, spoke to media. He clung to hope the way parents have to. Not because hope is rational, but because the alternative is a darkness too complete to step into. While the world is still asking you to function, Marlene, Sierra's mother, gave emotional testimony in the years that followed, standing before a courtroom and speaking her daughter's name into the record, insisting that Sierra be remembered not as a case file, but as a person. In March of 2015, 3 years after Sierra disappeared, the family made one of the most painful decisions a family can make. They acknowledged that the search for Sierra's body had likely run its course. The regularly scheduled volunteer searches came to an end, not because anyone had stopped loving her, but because the land had been walked and walked again, and she had not been found. She has not been found to this day. One of the most chilling elements to emerge in the investigation into Garcia Torres was the discovery that Sierra was not the first. Going back to 2009, the same year as his felony assault arrest, Garcia Torres had allegedly attempted to kidnap 3 separate women from Safeway parking lots in Morgan Hill. 3 women, 3 different occasions, the same general method each time, approaching women alone, using a stun gun, attempting to force them into a vehicle. A fingerprint linked him to a stun gun found at one of those scenes. Prosecutors would later describe these attempted abductions as practice. The word they used was training, as though a human being had spent 3 years refining a method, failing when his victims resisted or escaped, and eventually succeeded when he found someone more vulnerable. A teenager, alone, walking to a bus stop in the early morning quiet of a residential street. The 3 attempted kidnappings in 2009 had never resulted in serious prosecution. The women had survived. The case had not fully come together, and Garcia Torres had walked back into ordinary life, a job at a grocery store, a trailer park home, a pregnant girlfriend, the appearance of a man who had done nothing wrong. For years after his arrest, questions lingered in the community about what might have been different, whether a more thorough prosecution in 2009 might have kept a 15-year-old girl safe 3 years later. These are the questions that don't have satisfying answers, that hover at the edges of cases like this one. But they're part of the story, because Sierra's story doesn't exist in isolation. It exists in the context of a man who had already demonstrated what he was capable of, and who had been allowed by the gaps in the system to remain among people who did not know what he carried inside him. The wheels of justice, as anyone who has followed a criminal case will know, do not move quickly. Garcia Torres was arrested in May of 2012. He was not tried until January of 2017. Nearly 5 years passed between the moment he was taken into custody and the moment a jury finally heard the full shape of the case against him. During those years, the legal machinery turned slowly. A secret criminal grand jury convened in January and February of 2014, hearing testimony from 50 witnesses and reviewing more than 40 evidence exhibits. On the 11th of February 2014, almost 2 years after Sierra's disappearance, the grand jury formally indicted Garcia Torres on charges of kidnapping and murder. In May of 2014, the Santa Clara County District Attorney made a decision that reflected the seriousness of the charges. They would seek the death penalty. Garcia Torres continued to plead not guilty. His attorneys filed motions to seal the grand jury transcript to keep the evidence from public view. They argued that the DNA had been contaminated, that investigators had been sloppy in their handling of the evidence, that the chain of custody was compromised. They argued that Sierra was a troubled teenager who had simply run away, that she might still be alive somewhere, living a different life under a different name. It was the kind of defense that is standard procedure, the kind that pokes at the joints of a case looking for weakness. And it put enormous pressure on the prosecution, who had to build a murder case without a body, without a murder weapon, without a crime scene, no remains, no place where it happened, no instrument used, just the clothes of a dead girl and the DNA of the man who had taken her. The trial finally began on the 30th of January, 2017, inside the Santa Clara County Courthouse in San Jose. It was expected to last up to 5 months. It lasted almost exactly that long. Inside that courtroom for those 5 months, the prosecution laid out a case built entirely on physical evidence and inference, the careful, methodical kind of reasoning that asks a jury to follow a thread from one point to the next, until the picture becomes clear enough to see. They presented the DNA from Sierra's genes, which matched Garcia Torres with a statistical probability so high as to be, for practical purposes, certain. They presented her DNA found on the interior door handle of his car, the handle on the passenger side, the side where a person would be pulled in. They showed the rope from the trunk with Sierra's hair wound around it, and let the jury consider what that meant. They presented the security footage, the red Jetta leaving the trailer park 15 minutes before Sierra walked out her door. Witnesses who had seen that same distinctive red car near the area where Sierra was last seen that morning. They presented the prior attempted kidnappings, the 3 women from the Safeway parking lots in 2009, and framed them not as separate incidents but as a pattern. Evidence of who Antolin Garcia Torres was, and what he was capable of, and what he had been doing in the 3 years before Sierra disappeared. Forensic experts testified about the handling of the evidence. Deputies who had collected and processed the items from the scene testified about their procedures. The careful changing of gloves, the labeling, the chain of custody. They directly refuted the defense's claim of contamination. Sierra's mother, Marlene, took the stand. She spoke about the morning her daughter left for school. She spoke about the phone call at 3:45 that was never answered. She spoke about driving to the high school and hearing those words, "She never came in today." She spoke about her daughter as a person. The laugh, the text, the cheerleading, the way Sierra lit up around her friends. The defense maintained its position. They pointed to a brown car that had allegedly been seen near the area of the disappearance, and claimed investigators had not adequately pursued that lead. They returned again and again to the question of contamination, and in their closing argument they asked the jury, where is the evidence that she is even dead? It was a bleak question, delivered in a desperate moment, and the jury heard it for what it was. After 5 months of testimony, 4 days of deliberations, less than 2 full days, on the 9th of May, 2017, 5 years, 1 month, and 23 days after Sierra Lamar sent her last text message and walked toward a bus stop she would never reach, a jury in Santa Clara County found Antolin Garcia Torres guilty. Guilty on all 4 counts. Count 1, the murder and kidnapping of Sierra Lamar. 3 additional counts, the attempted kidnapping of 3 adult women in 2009. The courtroom held all the weight of 5 years in that moment. Sierra's family had waded through search after search, through years of legal process, through the particular cruelty of having no remains to bury, no grave to visit, no place on earth where they could say, here is where she is. The sentencing phase began on May 16th. The jury had to decide between life in prison without the possibility of parole and the death penalty. On the 5th of June, 2017, they chose life. Sierra's father, Steve Lamar, did not hide his disappointment. He stood before the cameras afterward, grief and exhaustion visible in every word, and said what any father in his position would feel. He spoke about the asymmetry of it, that Garcia Torres would eat, breathe, see his family live his days, while Sierra would not, that the crime in his view deserved the maximum punishment, not the minimum. It's hard to argue with a father's grief. It's hard to argue with the logic of a man who spent 5 years searching fields and roads for his daughter and never found her. Garcia Torres was sent to Corcoran State Prison in Central California, where he remains to this day. He has maintained his innocence. In a rare prison letter written to a television reporter years after his conviction, the only communication he offered to media, he was asked one question: "Do you still maintain your innocence?" He said yes. He declined to say why anyone should believe him. He declined to discuss the case. 4 questions were asked. He answered 1. Sierra Lamar has never been found. Her body, wherever it was taken, wherever it was left, has not been recovered. No murder weapon, no crime scene, no final resting place her family can visit, no patch of earth or stretch of water they can stand before and feel the specific necessary grief of knowing this is where she is. This is the part of the story that doesn't resolve, the part that sits in the chest like something that can't be swallowed and can't be released. There are families across the country who live with this particular weight, the weight of a loved one who was taken and not returned in any form that allows for a proper goodbye. Closure is a word that gets used around cases like this one, but it's an imperfect word. There are different kinds of closure. There's the legal kind, a conviction, a sentence, a name in a record that says this person was found responsible. The Lamar family has that. And then there's the other kind, the quiet, physical, human kind that comes from a burial, from a funeral, from standing at a headstone in the morning light and saying what you need to say. That kind has been withheld from them. Sierra's father has said, in the years since the conviction, that he always hopes that one day someone will find something, that one day the land will give back what it took, that the family will be able to close that one remaining open door. As of now, the door remains open. There are things we carry when we hear stories like Sierra's, questions about safety, about randomness, about the invisible dangers that exist in ordinary morning air, about bus stops and back roads, and the 15 minutes between one thing and the next. But there are other things we carry too, if we let ourselves. The image of hundreds of strangers in bright vests walking through the hills of Morgan Hill, calling a girl's name into the morning. The image of a father standing at a microphone year after year, refusing to let his daughter's name dissolve into statistics. The image of a mother taking the stand in a courtroom and speaking calmly, clearly, in the middle of her grief about a girl who loved the San Jose Sharks, who texted her friends constantly, who was a cheerleader, who was funny and playful, and trying to find her footing in a new town. Sierra May Lamar was born on the 19th of October, 1996. She was 15 years old. She had brown eyes and black-dyed hair and a 4-inch scar on her back and a whole life arranged in front of her that she never got to live. Her name is still spoken, her family still hopes, and that the speaking of names, the refusal to let people become only their disappearances, is one of the quieter forms of justice. Not the legal kind, not the satisfying clean kind, just the human kind. The kind that says she was here, she mattered. We remember. You can let that sit now if you'd like. Let your breath return to its own rhythm. Let your body remember where it is. Warm, safe, still. The story has been told. The night holds it now. There's nothing you need to do. Nowhere you need to go. Just this quiet and whatever rest is waiting for you on the other side of sleep. Good night, and see you on the next episode.